There we go. Alrighty, I'll call the meeting to order. Chairman Turman's running a little bit behind, but he said he would be joining us shortly. We start our meeting with the opening prayer. Levi, would you mind?
Yes, sir. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We thank you for the many blessings that you give us. Thank you for the rain showers that you're providing for us today in the spring weather. Be with us as we're making decisions. Be with the community and continue to keep them safe and well. Thank you for all that we have in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Linda, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. Dr. Millsaps, would you establish a quorum, please?
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and call the quorum as requested. Ms. Bechtel.
Here.
Ms. Cookenbuck.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Cox.
Here.
Mr. Booth.
Present.
And Mr. Turman is yet to arrive. So you have a quorum. And we'll go back in the notes and note when Mr. Turman joins us.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Next is the approval of our agenda. Is there any amendments or changes or?
Sorry, we're having a
That's fine.
a sidebar.
That's
Would
fine.
say in the legal world.
Real world.
Yeah.
Legal world, in the legal world, yes. Mr. Chair, there is one item that may follow on your closed session, and we can take that up under the county administrator's report, but it would be an action item, and it has to do with an MOU that is in your packet. It follows on to some previous ARPA decisions you've made related to citizens.
Okay.
So if we might add that as
Any other,
14C.
any other changes or? Alrighty. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair for the day. Ms. Cookenbuck,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman is absent. All right, so your agenda has been approved as amended.
Okay. Next on the list is the approval of disbursements. Any questions? Floor is open, just. And we also had some additional ones that we received by email and I think it's been loaded up. Okay.
I don't believe I had any questions.
I'm looking.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the disbursements.
All righty.
I'll
Is there-
second that.
Second. Mr. Chairman showed up. Did you have any questions on the disbursements? Okay. Have a motion and a second and ask to go ahead and call the roll on that.
All right, and if I might, just to make sure we have it recorded properly, want to make sure that we show that Chairman Turman has arrived. And so we'll be voting from this point forward. So on the approval of disbursements, Ms. Cookenbuck,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, so we'll list that as an abstention, so you have approved the disbursements. If I might, Mr. Chair, I would note, I believe one of the disbursements in there is for the final payment for Tech Squared. And so just wanted to let you know, this way we can sign it, and once Chris and Sean have come to their final point, then we'll go ahead and release that, but that way I'll have it available and we'll go ahead and drop it off as we've been doing the last couple of checks. So I believe you're to the number 7, approval of the minutes.
I have a discussion item on page 3. In Jerry's comment concerning Phoenix Hardwood, it said grand, not grant. And on page 9, Nestle rod on the new was spelled incorrectly. And I have the correct spelling here, just so we're. And then the only other thing I have is when we're putting in these documents, I don't know if this is something that falls to Chris or not, but like DSS's document is not rotated. So when it's inputted, it's.
That's me.
That's you?
That's
Okay.
me.
So if we can try to make sure that everything goes in,
Okay. I mean, that's good.
maybe somebody can,
Okay.
I don't
Let
know.
me-
I know how to do
Okay,
that.
perfect.
You should be so fast.
I am. What page did you say, please, on the first?
Page 3, Jerry's comment, it said grand, not grant. And page 9, about that mixer for the Agency on the Aging, is it Nestle rod on the new? You had Nestle rod on the new.
Bill's hungry.
Yeah, maybe. And then just rotating the DSS reports and any reports that go in, if they can be looked at prior to uploading, just to see if it's correct. It's just a little something, but
Sure, sure.
here, if you
We
want
can make those.
Nestle rod on the new,
Thank you very much.
Nestle on the new.
I can fix that right now.
Anyone else got any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Read call roll.
All right, Ms. Chair, so on the approval of the minutes with the corrections as provided by Ms. Cookenbook, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, your minutes are approved. Thank you very much.
Did show that in the record that I turned the chair over to him when he arrived, right? Okay, okay.
Thank you. Okay, yes. We will make sure we note in the minutes that that was turned over. I'm not sure your microphone was on when you were talking. I just wanted
Mine
to check.
is.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess
Yeah.
I'm
It
just
might have been
loud
turned
today.
down.
So let me know. I'm not yelling at you. Let me know if I'm too loud.
I apologize for being late. I was halfway here and had to turn around and go back for a little bit. And my parents always said, hell paved with good intentions, you know. But I don't know, I believe I could start at 5 o'clock in the morning and still be late getting anywhere. So, Mr. Clark. Well, you early this morning, that's.
I know, I've never been here for the pledge part of the program. Although I also was almost late and left with all good intentions. But the guy coming down Route 8 at about, I don't know, 35, 40 miles an hour the entire time. Slowed me up a little bit. And then we were paving, overlaying Smith Creek Road in Montgomery County, and I guess forgot the fact that you would have to flag on Route 8 when you're paving the intersection of Smith Creek and Route 8. And we actually were flagging Route 8 at 8 o'clock this morning. Which
Oh.
I'm sure I'm going to go back to the office and have calls about that.
One or two.
Yeah.
So your employees is at fault, it's not you.
So I might just stay in Floyd all day. Go back. Not a bad thing at all. So our maintenance activities for the past month have really been quite a variety of stuff because the weather has been mostly cooperative with us. Had some very strange precipitation over the weekend, but it didn't require a whole lot of VDOT action. Mostly it's just stayed in the grass and did some weird stuff. But that was interesting.
Trouble.
Yes, it's weird pellet kind of stuff. But mostly we're pothole patching ahead of the paving schedules. And I'll bring a full list next time instead of, I don't have the primary routes. I've got the secondary overlay routes. They didn't give me the primary ones, probably because I didn't specifically ask. But I will tell you that that 5 miles of Stonewall is getting plant mix. 2 miles of Ridgeview and 2.5 miles of Duncan's Chapel. Those are your secondary routes that are getting plant mix overlay. Fairview Church, 2.5 miles of surface treatment. Shooting Creek, almost 4 miles of surface treatment. Quisenberry, the part that we built, is going to get an extra layer. So same thing with Moles and Mill Run. We'll get extra layers of surface treatment after the construction projects. And then some slurry on about a mile of Connor Grove, a mile of Needmore, and almost a mile of Storker's Knob on the slurry seal schedule. I don't have what's going to happen on Route 8 and 221 just yet, but I'll have that. And I'll have a sheet so you'll have something to refer to. Other than that, we've been a lot of ditching and patching before those, because we like to do the ditching before that too. So I've got a whole list of things that got ditched. I'm not going to go into each one. Of course, gravel roads are always on the list. Did do some tree and brush removal, some on Alum Ridge, Indian Valley, Connor Grove, also some mow trim and brush cutting on Kennedy School Road, Level Bottom. Just got some shoulders done on Route 8, 221, and 615, Christiansburg Pike. Believe we got it all finished at Ridgeview and Route 8, that erosion problem under the guardrail right there at the intersection. And if you noticed some stuff going on 221, where we had done that soil nail wall, we have noticed a few more cracks in there. Nothing settling yet, kind of right near where Alum Ridge comes in. We did some core drilling in there just to kind of check and see what kind of issues we might have right there. So might have to go back in there and do some more repairs. That sunk, I don't know, it was a year or so ago. Was it last summer? I can't remember exactly when that was. But anyway. The construction projects, well, first of all, we do have some, if you've been down Fox Street right here, you'll notice they started to repair that drop inlet that got hit. They've got the thing dug out in some forms, and they're out there right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it came down that way. It may be a while before we actually get concrete. That's a supply issue. Everyone's having issues getting concrete right now. But while these guys are in, Haynes Brothers, we're going to work on the ADA ramp on 221 so that we can work on getting that up to current standard, and one of those solar-powered push-button just flashers at that, like we have closer to downtown. So Silverleaf is on the 6-year plan. That's our project this year. We're still working on getting Firehouse may be advertised for next year. And we have the 6-year plan public hearing coming up this month at the evening meeting. So we'll be looking forward to that. That's all I have for an update, though. So any questions or requests the board might have?
Yeah.
I just appreciate all your work and your crew's work. I know there's a lot of work to be done, but only so many man hours in a day.
That's true, yeah.
And supply issues. So, thank you for staying on everything.
Thank you.
Well, you mentioned it. Thank you for the shoulder work on Route 8 and also the drainage work there at 730. I checked it during the last rain. It's 100 times better.
Oh, good.
Yes. Be sure and thank the crews. I know they're working. You've got them on a lot of different projects
They're all over
going.
the
and,
place, yeah.
Thank you for that. Just one thing, if you could add Flegger Hill Road to your resurfacing list the next time you're putting a list together. I'd talked to St. Darrell a little message on it. Apparently we need some ditching and shoulder work on it at some point, but I know y'all get to it. And just thank you for everything you're doing.
Thanks.
Wasn't growling for once. Somebody needs to mark it on the calendar.
Red letter day.
I've had some folks talk to me for almost as long as I've been on the board about the area around Silverleaf and the Radford Cemetery. And they've been very patient, but I think if we're going to be out there doing that other end of Silverleaf, I'm hoping that as we're working on that, I maybe can meet with the crews and bring them over and show them. It's just a small little piece, and it's about getting into the cemetery.
Oh, okay.
I think it would go a long way to, and it's right there on the Franklin Floyd, it's right in that whole mess of an area, just like where it goes back and forth and back and forth.
Right.
But it is in Floyd. I've had some discussions with Darrell and a constituent on Thunderstruck Road about a culvert. We're taking care of that. I just wanted to kind of keep you in the loop on that and just thank Mr. Sowers for his work on that and making sure that it doesn't, fall off the side of the road, as it were. And I think it's at the other end of Thunderstruck, so whatever we do at that end will improve things down below. I do want to make mention that our fishing day is coming up.
Right.
Children's Fishing Day that the sheriff's office does. So if you want to get any kind of things done, that would probably be a
Right.
good time before the May, is it
I have a
9th?
feeling Daryl knows exactly when that is.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think he's a participant. in
Yes,
this.
yes. So that would be good to make
Yeah.
sure that we have our best foot forward for,
Absolutely.
all of our county children and their folks and grandfolks and such. No real issues. I have noticed, though, driving around in our bordering area, as I come back up to my road, there's this hot pink paint on the road coming up around the Brush Creek Bridge. And I know we've got some work being done. It looks like they've done some work with all of the, I'd never seen that color before, but with all the people that commute to Christiansburg on 615, when is that bridge relocation, or do you have any?
There's a date, I don't know what that is just yet.
Okay.
I should keep that in my folder when I come here every time, so we.
Yeah, because so many
Yeah.
people, it'd be good for us to
Yeah.
put it out there.
It's gonna
So many
be big.
people do drive on 615 and out into Christiansburg that way, so.
And that- I
Other than
think
that,
will
thank
help.
the crews, they've been doing great work and appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Clark. Just a couple things on my side for the Locust Grove District. Wilson Cemetery, if you can maybe add that one to the list, it's got some rather large potholes in it now, and it's starting to get to be the point to where you may dodge them on the right side, and then there's one on the left side too. So that just came up rather recently. This was actually Linda's district, but Double Springs, I was just gonna see if you could make a note to tell those folks good job. I believe it's Rob. I noticed in the grader one day, and man, he made that thing look great. The fiber people are coming through there now, so as long as they don't screw it all
Right.
back up, but Rob did a great job on that. And then one pressing issue in the Locust Grove District, maybe if you could look at it a little further, but I think you guys have already been out there and on top of it. Mr. Miller, I think, has looked at it. But
Oh, Jesse Miller, yes. Where?
this would be at 2227 Laurel Creek. It's Laurel Creek opposite of the side of Gearhart's Garage. But it's a road complaint, but it's done turned into a civil disturbance as well. But Mr. Miller should be aware of it, but if y'all could just pay a little extra attention there.
I'll ask about that, find out.
The gist of it is, and I told the citizen I would bring it to your attention at this meeting, but it's a very sharp curve, and I emailed you just a second ago a picture of a school bus. But the school bus is having to get on the other side of the road to come around the sharp curve due to the lady who lives in the curve that's decorating the bank side with debris and trash and pallets. I mean, it's
I remember, I've seen this.
sheets. It's a mess.
This is coming back to me. I remember,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember now, yeah.
But it's starting to escalate, and especially as springtime and vegetation grows out.
Yeah,
Them school buses is having to, so whatever y'all might can do,
okay,
but
yeah,
I appreciate it.
yeah.
But that's all for my district.
You're very diplomatic. Yeah, that's what it is. You done addressed two of the things I was gonna mention. Was one of them was on Little Mountain there, because, looks like that guardrail was sinking on the other side,
Yeah.
from where they was working.
Yep.
I figured they was doing some sort of core study or something.
Yeah, we're gonna
under
keep
that.
an eye on that real close.
And the other one was out in Colinda's district, Questenberry Road.
Mm-hmm.
People had been telling me that surface treatment was really breaking up.
Yeah, they're gonna,
And I told them, I said, well, it takes a couple of times before they really get it right.
yeah, they'll patch it out and go over that again.
Right. And then I know your crews are doing their best to do it, but one little corner of my district up there, I don't know, the rains is mad at us or something, boy, they really worked on the ditches and cutting ditches across the roads and stuff. Like on my road, it's cut a big ditch across where it jumped out.
Okay.
I know where it's at and I slow down, but nobody else seems to matter. And so they bounce a quarter mile and then they holler at me about it. And this, I guess, is just a whining thing on my part, but when they put them rumble strips out, I don't know who's overdoing that. They have a tendency to put them a little bit too close to the middle of a curve. And like up at Buffalo Mountain Road the other day, right there at the green boxes, it's a little kink in the road and it's sort of blind through there. And the pallet truck had done turned down Buffalo Mountain Road and was waiting. When I popped around that little curve, this little pickup pulling a little trailer over the post decided he was going to go around the rumble strips. And put me over in the side ditch, and I just had to get my truck out of the garage. It sort of irritated me. And big truck behind me, about to run him out of the road
Yeah.
too. But if it had been backed up a little bit farther, I believe he would have seen us and maybe stopped anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. We knew that, we debated whether to start using those a lot. That was one of the things that people had seen, not what you're talking about, but that people will go around them.
Right.
And the idea is that it's a noise thing for them, but it's also helps the flagger
flagger,
know.
yeah. Yeah.
But did not anticipate that people would go around them when they couldn't even
Right.
see what's coming, but people will do all kinds of things, so.
Unintended consequences.
Well,
Yeah.
I've been noticing these little bitty cars that's got a low profile. Yeah, I noticed some of them was swinging around.
Yeah,
And, but this was pickup, he didn't have no reason. But you're right, I'm all for them rumble strips. I think it's a safety issue there.
yeah.
And, but it's just something I thought they need to be more.
Yeah, there's no exact
Right,
place they have to be, so they can adjust that so that there's plenty of sight distance.
just make them aware to
Yep, that's a good
look
point.
at the visibility. And, may save me from losing my religion. But other than that, I see y'all have been cleaning some ditches up that way too.
Yeah, we're
and
getting them all over the
appreciate
place.
that. And building the shoulders up, that's really helped. And, so keep up the good work and pass it on. We do appreciate everything you're doing.
All right, thanks. There was another thing on the agenda that I
Oh, yeah.
was to discuss Park Drive. I don't know
Right.
what that item is. I know we're working, go ahead, actually, I was on the Park Drive part that I really don't know a whole lot about. But
Get ready
Alex
to-
Cheney in our office
Get
does.
ready to learn.
Oh, I know a lot about it, but I just don't know where we are currently on that.
If I might, Mr. Chair, so Jesse Miller has sent us the background information and the paperwork related to this. But as you know, there's been some discussion about who is responsible for the road going up to the recreation park. And so what Jesse had, and I should say as a side note, but while this discussion continued, VDOT has been kind enough to go up there and fix it.
Sure, yeah.
So, wanted to note that. But Jesse has, I think VDOT needs an official action on behalf of the board to say, essentially, it is the part that is paved, so that it can be the VDOT road. And that once we get past the part that's paved, that becomes more challenging because the buildings are very, very close. And the cost to move those buildings out of the VDOT right-of-way would be substantial. So the more cost-effective choice for the county would be to stop the VDOT maintenance, kind of where the continent makes, if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
Mr.
What happened,
Clark.
I don't know, it's got a route number, but there's no record of it ever actually being added as either an industrial access road or rural addition. I don't know how it was done. To get a route number sign up there and everything. So what problem that presents to us, well, first of all, now that we know it, that we're not supposed to work on road, but it was clearly intended to be. So I can do a lot of stuff to the road, kind of, with the understanding that the intention was always there. But what I can't ever do is do an actual overlay on it, because that requires entry into a computer system, and the computer doesn't recognize that road. So that's why we need to get it in the system, so everything is official, that VDOT's working on VDOT right-of-way, on a VDOT road, and we don't want to be, accused of working on a private road.
The asphalt stops basically at the end of the first ball field? Right.
Yes, yes, so
I don't
anything
think it was
beyond
ever
that.
intended to go any further than that anyway.
Yeah, I think there were some folks that thought maybe more of it was supposed to be covered at one point, but again, when Jesse provided us with the map and saw how close, for instance, the concession stand is to the road, obviously that is not to VDOT specifications, and it would be very, very difficult, even if you wanted them to and they wanted to, for them to be able
Yeah.
to do work, because it's very close.
Right.
So that's,
I
But
think
we're
stu-
talking about taking it to the end of the pavement at the end of the ball field, which is just past the concessions. Right.
So I think that would serve whatever the original intent to access the park. VDOT will pay,
Yeah.
will do and maintain the park just to get to the park, and after that,
And
it's
whatever we
it's
do on
interior
our
park
side,
stuff.
we do to maintain
Right,
a cul-de-sac or whatever.
Right.
Or a turnaround.
a turnaround there, yeah. That tends not to be as critical a place to push snow. We'll push snow on it, but, generally, there's not a lot going on up there when there's 6 inches of snow on the ground.
not yet.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we request VDOT, and I don't have the road number, but,
I think it's 1,000.
Something like that, yeah.
and we request VDOT to put that in their secondary road system. I guess that's what it'd be, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll second that.
would be an addition.
Does that cover everything you need?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Motion is second, any discussion? We can call roll.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. On the motion to request that VDOT take over control and maintenance of the Park Drive, the road into the Recreation Park, as noted in the maps provided previously by VDOT, but effectively to the end of the asphalt in the first ball field there. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you for humoring us all to
Yeah.
get that straightened out.
Another mile or so road in my district.
There you go.
It just got thinner.
Probably, everyone always thought it was anyway, so. So,
So, and thank your folks for their assistance.
I will,
on
yep,
that.
I'd be glad to get that neatened up.
Yes,
So-
and then I guess if I might, before you leave, just a reminder and to confirm with you all that at our next meeting, the evening meeting on the 26th, that we will be taking up, you all will be taking up the 6-year road plan, and wanted to make sure that that was noted.
And I'll provide here in the next week a draft plan, which is just the current plan with, I can't remember which one we did. I guess maybe it was Roger. was the last one,
Right.
Roger, not on the plan, so
Right.
it'll include all the ones that are upcoming. We have quite a list already on the
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, you gave us a report last year that showed projected finish dates.
Yeah,
Your crystal ball's no better. Not
Yeah,
ours,
yeah,
but-
right.
But at least it gave us some kind of time.
yeah, an
frame.
idea. Yep. Yep, we can do that for sure. All right, thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we do 10 and 11 before we go into closed session?
I'm sorry, sir, what you said?
Should we do 10 and 11, public comment and board time before we go into closed session?
That would work
That's
for
why
me,
we'll
sir,
come
if
back
you'd like
out.
to do that.
Be over with. I will now open the floor for public comment. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. And with that, the floor is open. Bob's mute this morning. Okay, so, all right. And I don't see anyone else unless Doug's wanting to sing a song or something. But, all righty. So, with that, I'll close the public comment period and open board time for, anybody got anything? I do. So, Ms. March contacted me yesterday, and I talked to Dr. Willer too. Thursday, we have our board budget thing, and we usually go to about 11:30, but I was thinking maybe we could go to about 12. She has toured Carroll's Center, and she's wanting to tour our Collaboration Center. So she wanted his, board members that wanted to meet over our tour with her, and staff, anybody wants to come over. And we got planned for about 1:30, because she's got a meeting in Radford, and she'll be coming from Hitt. But she said there's probably some money down the road that they can get to help schools. So she wants to know what she's talking about. She's like me, she's a visual person. And she wants to,
Sunday, 1:30.
yeah.
Okay, Thursday.
So I thought if y'all wanted to, like, we could do the budget to like 12 and take lunch and then meet her over at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, and that's
And
Thursday?
we need to call Dr. Willer just before so he can arrange parking. He said that it's supposed to rain, but I just noticed that it's an iffy thing, so. And he, wear your walking shoes. He said there'd be a lot of walking.
And you heard that.
Huh?
You did say it's a collaboration center. Be sure and bring your hard hat.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I gotta
He'll have
put my
some
hard hat
available.
back and he'll have some extras for y'all. So, Levi's, he is hard, but we need to,
Put a hat on.
so,
You reminded me of one thing when you get done.
go ahead.
If you haven't, I'm sorry. If you haven't, please get your list of guardrail repairs into Kim, so we can, you only have mine, okay. So we can get that to Delegate March while she's interested in
And
helping
it's
us
not
out.
just repairs, right? It's also where we might want to see some? or is it
It's
just-
whatever guardrail wise in your
Right,
district.
okay.
I'm sticking to repairing what's basically on Route 8.
Right,
That's another one of my good intentions. You've reminded me a half dozen times and I still forget.
Well, if you could, that way we can get it into her
Yeah,
and
so-
see if we can get the guardrail crew out of Salem to start working in Floyd on various things. I do know there's at least a 16-foot drop requirement,
I know.
and there's some places that need it that are less than that.
16-foot drop
Yeah.
requirement.
Yeah, so if
foot.
you're out of luck, your car's
Yeah.
going off.
If it's 15 foot 6 inches, you ought to, or other circumstances.
get out and dig it out a little bit before you go over.
Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to remind y'all of that, please.
But the
so
thing
we
about it is, they have half my district under guardrails on some of them, so.
Yeah, if he would do it.
So,
But like I said, I'm looking at repairing right now myself. That's all I had, sir.
all righty, with that, I'll take a motion to go into closed session and under 2.23711A5 and 2.23711A3. Now let Dr. Millsap discuss what that's all about.
If I might, yes, so our closed sessions are both related to a couple of economic development opportunities, both with a prospective business employer, current employer, and some real property issues. Yeah, and related to manufacturing and other industries. So, we have multiple economic development related items in those two.
I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion, we go into closed session under the aforementioned sections, which would include A5 and A3.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Call the roll.
All right, on the motion to go into closed session under 2.2-3711A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry, manufacturing, or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And 2.2-3711A3, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of a publicly held property where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Terman, if You guys should get some.
There we go. I'll move to come out of closed session.
I'll second that.
Motion and second, call roll.
All right. My pen is just pretty on the fun one. So, on the motion to come out of closed session, I believe it's Ms. Cookenberg?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Oh, yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
You need to certify.
I take a certification motion. We only discussed those items we went into closed session for.
I'll make that motion.
Second, oh, I'm sorry.
All right,
Motion second.
on the motion to certify that we only spoke about the items that we were supposed to talk about, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, you have
So
certified.
now we'll take about a 10-minute break. So. This is, and we'll get started. We need to move on pretty quick so we can get on our budget thing, because Mr. Cox here has to be out of here by 3:15, right?
Excellent.
So. You're her friend for life. So, all righty. I guess you're the next batter up
Okay.
on the old business.
Is she still here? Yeah. Yeah, let me, in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, if we want to skip back past 12A for just a second, we'll go get Ladina
Okay.
to walk through that. And maybe walk down to 13B, if that's all right. That can
That's
be
good.
at least a pretty quick explanation. What you want to do may not be quick, but the explanation can be
I
quick.
was gonna say quick was probably not the word I would have chosen, but, okay.
So, as you know, I didn't put, the only revenue increases I put in the budget that I presented to you was to potentially change some
Okay.
planning fees, which we discussed at the time, and then also permit fees. And so what you have in your packet should be the fees, the new rates and fees.
Tentative.
Tentative, potential
That's
is
okay.
even the better word, thank you. And it is a Word document, if you're looking in your packet, Word document entitled Rates and Fees 2022 for the board. You will see what Mark has done is what is in black is what was approved by this board back in July of 17. That is the last time these fees have been visited. And so the items that follow are his recommendations of what the increases should be. And so those, as we mentioned before, are based primarily on trying to be more reflective, slightly more reflective of effort. None of these are changing these are gonna completely pay for the building function, but it would help. And also looking at kind of a certain level of fairness in terms of, I keep mentioning the HVAC one, but currently it's a flat fee for HVAC, no matter how many units, et cetera. And then finally, he also looked at many of our surrounding jurisdictions and some others that are of similar size and tried to kind of bring us in at that. So there was more emphasis on the latter, on trying to make sure we kind of fit in, than there was on trying to make sure we covered the staff, because this is clearly not sufficient, but it would be helpful. So I don't know if you need me to.
Mr. Chairman, when we looked at them in 2017, it had been years since they had been looked at. Was that correct? Is my recollection?
I don't think we'd ever looked at them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
And
They
Kim,
roll right out of your hand.
yeah, and Kim reminded me that when I was saying the cost of the building permit department, that included also getting our maintenance person to also be moved up to be able to be a second building official, and the cost associated with that. So, Mr. Chair, you might want, some time to, I don't know if y'all want to discuss it now, or just time to think
I
about
was
it, and we
getting
can
ready
bring it
to
up
ask them
later.
if they had any questions about it.
So as I read this correctly then, is erosion and sediment control plan review and commercial plan review, we've never had those? If there's no black next to them?
Correct.
On the wind turbine and solar, is there a distinction between a single turbine or a single solar panel to do a house versus a farm situation? Or can there be a distinction?
I would think there could be. What you have before you is all we have.
Right,
So there's no additional,
but I'm just
Explanation.
asking, can we make, I guess that's a question for Steve.
yes.
Can we make a distinction on those two?
So, for example, on the wind turbines, we could do a square inch of blade
Or
size.
whatever.
And the solar, we could do a price per square foot of panel.
And I'm wondering if we're integrating commercial plan review and erosion and sediment control review, if these are for more than a general household use, perhaps there would be a plan
feedback to
review
Right.
Right.
for those types of things,
Commercial
whether they be,
versus residential.
right, commercial endeavor versus a residential endeavor. And then when it became a commercial, there would need to be a
Reevaluation.
a commercial plan review for that type of facility. I think
In
that would,
11 years, they brought that on when I came on the board, right before I came on the board.
what was that?
During your time.
I think we may have visited it somewhere between 2002 and 2004 during that downturn, probably
Right.
last time prior to y'all looking at it.
There's opportunity in this.
Yeah, I think anywhere we can make a distinction between residential and commercial,
It's important.
because I think I can justify it to my citizens.
So if I'm looking at this erosion and sediment control plan review, would that be for, I mean, again, here we have a distinction. Should that be a different fee for somebody who's doing a residential and then somebody who is doing a commercial farm or a commercial facility?
Or one even better, like a certain fella in my area
Yeah.
Well, what's the interpretation?
dozed off 40 acres, took out stumps and everything. So all winter, all we've had is a big old red clay hill. And every time it rained, it was in Sugar Tree Road. So he finally put up some logs to catch it before it got down there.
Wow.
So he should have had one of these fees right here, right?
Yeah.
Permit.
Yeah, you should have.
Or fines.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
I think
erosion
Mark
and sediment
needs to go
control.
up there.
Certainly silt fencing.
Yeah, well, I brought that up to David. David said if he was back off the state right away with, like if he left a strip of vegetation,
Right.
he didn't need it. But, you know,
As far as they're concerned.
right, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, especially the question regarding erosion, in the conversation that I also had with Mark, if you look right above that in the black, it says soil erosion sediment control permit fee. I think the alignment was a little funky.
Okay.
But it designates commercial.
Oh, gotcha.
So I believe that that is for commercial, not a residential fee.
The $200 one?
So in other words, if he was gonna build him a factory up there, he'd have to have his permit. Okay.
Yeah, but which,
So I
on my
think,
screen, I've got 200 listed beside what you just read. And then down here, you got 500 with nothing beside it.
Well, one's
that's
the permit.
control- That's a control plan review.
so that's a new
That's a
item.
new item.
That
Right.
$500 is a new item, and the 100 is in, above it for soil erosion and sediment control permit. Fee is $100 commercial, and the proposal is to move that to $200
For commercial.
for commercial. And there's nothing listed. Residential.
Okay.
We're gonna work on this some.
Do y'all wanna think about it, or go ahead and
Yes.
approve it, or?
I would like to think about it more to get some better input on the wind turbine and solar.
Yeah,
'Cause I
see
think-
what they can
correct.
find
We'll
out.
bring it up next meeting.
And would we want to ask Mark any questions, or is Mark just giving this as his, this is what he wants to do?
You're always welcome to ask him questions or give us questions to forward to him.
Okay.
But I think at this point, this is kind of.
Where he
again, his
wants to
best-
go.
Yeah, and trying to make sure his best effort at trying to balance the
Understood.
work.
Okay.
And then also to be mindful of folks that are, current residents in their own house as opposed to
Gotcha.
other things, so.
Okay, yeah,
recognizing
then I
those people
think,
maintain tax-
I think just getting Steve's clarification on a couple of things, and also, eagle eye, on page 1 of 3, the bottom box, to the left side, any construction alternation, take out the N when it gets finished. I don't look for them, and they just jump out at me when I read.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so, Ms. Chair, my understanding is we're going to table this, follow up with some legal analysis on some things, and bring this back up on the 26th.
But we're going to have to keep in mind on 26th, that's our road date too.
Yeah, well, if you'd like to, we can just be mindful of this in the budget process as
Right,
well.
I have one more question, if I can. On, let me make sure I'm on page 1.
Yes, sir.
It talks about removing the 256 square foot unless
Retaining wall.
electrical's installed. Yeah, but read all that. I understand on retaining wall, a playhouse?
Yeah, removing a playhouse.
No, it's exempting. Basically, right now, if any of those is, under 256 square feet, if you don't put electrical in it, it's not being charged. But it's talking about removing this part and saying we're gonna charge and
Right, okay, for all these things.
for all these things, and I'm just, a playhouse?
Right.
Well,
What level, I mean, it's like real house levels, you got the Pintos and you got the Cadillacs. Oh, so we're gonna charge 10 cents a square foot or a minimum of $50 if somebody builds a playhouse for their children to play in?
I wonder if that's daycare.
Yeah, we can get clarified what the playhouse
That would be,
is.
yeah, commercial.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah, it would
commercial, and I
probably-
understand that, but I'm just trying to distinct between,
Sure.
I
Sure,
don't
we can
know
get
that-
that one.
But it says residential picnic shelter, so that probably takes in that too.
so if boys, you never did this, if the boys gather up a bunch of lumber and nail them up a playhouse, they gotta get a permit.
Not without dad's, okay.
Oh, I know a few boys that used to take stuff and build stuff with.
Yeah, Dad found a few of ours in the woods and questioned us about it.
We won't say what the outcome was.
Yeah, so,
I think I would have gladly paid the 10 cents versus what happened.
Yeah,
All right, so, Ms. Chair, if we're ready to move on, Ladina is here,
okay.
and so we can go back to 12A.
Let's see.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I forgot I needed to be in here. So,
Where are we with this one? That's the
I trust you have,
This one right here.
partnership.
EDA, okay.
So if I might, we're on 12A, Old Business FRCC Phase 2 Road and Utilities,
That
action
one.
item.
Wait a minute, I didn't mean to touch it.
I
That's
did,
right.
I'm sorry.
See where it says
Hold
Floyd
on.
Regional EDA?
Regional Commerce EDA.
should it look like this?
Should be that one, that's what I clicked on. Click on the word, not that.
It looks just like that, yeah.
Yeah. the
I
one
guess there are two that
PDF.
look like that roughly, that weren't there?
Yep, that's the one.
Wait a minute. Oh, I was at the bottom, I'm sorry. I'm already at the map.
Yeah, probably the page, well, I don't know if you want to look at this page or not, but this is the page that
Matters.
I need you all to consider today. Okay, so just a quick reminder, I know y'all are all familiar with this. What we're talking about is that the,
Page 3.
is at the Floyd Regional Commerce Center. The Phase 2 area, which is 51 acres, and this project that we've been working on for a while, that's in the design phase, is extending a road up there to get better access to this acreage, and extending utilities up there, and by virtue of that, it will also create a small lot with the cut that will be a fill lot, and will be tied in down to the Commerce Center Drive. As you know, we had $1.5 million in a combination of federal and state grants. Last year, as we were working through design and everything went up, the cost estimate went up to between 2.4 and 2.5 million. As I've mentioned to you already, we were fortunate to get another $971,000 to cover that projected gap. But in reality, we don't know when this goes to bid what the cost will be. I certainly hope that it's within that range. To kind of break this down, as long as the bid comes in at 2.413 or less, then you won't have to put any local dollars into construction. However, if it comes in more than that, the only way to move the project forward would be to put in local dollars. You all did have to pledge $101,000, as you'll remember, 3 years ago, in order to move the project forward in case that were needed, and you're also paying part of the grant administration, which is considerable on this project. Where we are is there's a couple more items we need before we can move to bid. One of them is environmental work, which we've having to figure out projected noise. That's a whole nother thing that we're trying to figure out. But the piece for you all today is this form, which lays out, this is an updated version of a form that you all approved back when you had to approve the 101,000. You can see the increased cost estimate on the bottom right corner where it says aggregate allocations. That's the $2.5 million. Unfortunately, even though we got this grant money, as if you saw this in the handout, you saw that VDOT informed me late last week that they have not programmed that new money into the 6-year improvement plan yet, so this form does not reflect that new money. It has you all being responsible for the additional money. I included the email for your benefit because I knew you would have questions. She assures me that not only will it be programmed, they underlisted that amount by $51,000, so I've reminded her to correct that as well. But in order to keep the project moving forward, we need a revised Appendix A, which is what you have before you. I asked the question, if we get to bid and the project comes in high, what are your options? And you can see that on the second page of the handout. If it comes in at more than 10% of the engineering estimate, you can either put it out to bid again with hopes that costs are coming down. You can make some adjustments to the plans and re-advertise. So, for example, that might be shortening the road, or that's really all I can think of that you could potentially do there. And the last thing would be canceling the project, which would require payback of any funds reimbursed to date. We're probably looking at $150,000 to $200,000 that we would be deep into the project at that point. So I just wanted you to have all information on this as you consider it. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that you have.
How long do you think before the new grant fund formulas are put in the proper places?
I don't know. I can tell you it's been 3 weeks ago that I asked them to add the $51,000 back in, and instead of them adding the $51,000 in, they changed it to what you see here. So it got worse than it had been. I don't know if that's tied up in when a new 6-year improvement plan gets approved. I can try to find that out if you'd like and bring it back to you at your meeting at the end of the month or sometime if you'd like.
But this is, not to put a bad pun out there, but what came first, the chicken or the egg and crossing of the road and all of that is what they're doing here. Basically. They want us to approve this, then they'll plug it in. And in essence, she's saying that we'll still have our original amount of 101,405, but it could be more. But we don't know what that could be.
Well, you won't know that until we bid the project.
Correct.
What's screwy about this document is instead of them showing the extra $971,000 under the grant funds where it
Right.
says maximum reimbursement, that column, they've put it in the local funds responsibility because it's not programmed into the 6-year improvement plan. At this moment, this document alone is not holding up bid. The noise piece is equally holding it up, so we can give this more time and see if I can find out more information on this, if that makes sense to you all.
It does, because I'm not saying they would, but it is VDOT, and we just approve this like it is.
Yep,
I don't necessarily like this being potentially superseding what we previously talked
Right.
about.
And basically saying
understand.
instead of 101,
We're at
Right.
we're on the hook for $1 million.
Right.
million
I understand.
That's kind of crazy.
yep, I understand, I agree.
As long as it's not holding you up in the process.
At this moment, it's
at this
not.
moment.
Okay.
It is not. Mhm.
That I think they need to get, yeah, we need the real numbers there.
Yeah,
And if
okay.
these are the real numbers, then we get to think about it again.
I mean, I want this project to go forward. I'm all about it.
Sure,
But I mean,
yeah. It's kind of like a pig in a poke sort of thing that they're asking you to.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come
Put us
on.
on the hook for another 900,000.
Open your checkbook.
So what we want to know is when will they show up in the 6-year improvement plan, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And they can't, yeah, I mean, that's asking a lot for a small county like us.
Yeah.
To have to do that
Yeah.
and get it on record.
right. Yep, I agree, I
I mean, it
agree.
may-
Commit to an open.
The way our 6-year road plan is, it may not show up for 10 years.
We've already been working on this project over 5 years, so
I know.
I know.
Gosh, it feels like 15.
Well,
it does feel like that.
And this does not affect the 6-year road funds that are coming to the county.
No, but that's how it gets programmed
I understand
in,
that's how it
apparently.
gets programmed in, but have you seen that in writing? From anyone?
No, I haven't. But the source of these funds, is Appalachian Regional
I
Commission.
understand, but
Yeah,
we need to make sure that we protect,
sure,
if
sure,
they start having overruns, I don't want them taking them out of our normal 6-year road plan money.
yeah.
Right.
How would you like to see
I'd
that?
love to see some kind of
Documented.
email from somebody that maybe explaining the process, with somebody with authority,
Mm-hmm.
explaining the process in some kind of flat statement that it would not affect
Mm-hmm,
or need the use of the normal 6-year road plan
Mm-hmm.
funding, or something to that effect. And if it gets to be a problem, but I just don't trust them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
Faces change, you go through this process, and I've gone through it with another group. You have one face in this process change, and they're high enough up the
Yes.
chain of command, everything goes out the
Yeah.
window.
Yes, I understand. So I'll ask when the money would be reprogrammed to the 6-year plan and ask for an email statement that,
Districts.
very good, okay.
Yep.
Is that good with everybody?
Yes.
Thank you all so much, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Just as a side note, you obviously know your lunch has arrived. I don't know if you guys want to eat, and I'll keep going since I already had my snack, as you all heard, apparently. So, whatever you would like to do, or you want to
Whatever they
wait
wanna
and
do.
do it, take some time in between the meetings, but I just know you're on a tight
If there's
schedule.
any way possible, I'd like to keep on going. We can just slide or take our keyboards off and just keep.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, just take them off, and just sit here and eat.
Yeah, and really of the remaining items, there's only one that you need to have your machine up for anyway.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it right there.
Actually,
How about
two.
that?
My apologies, two.
I thought about doing that, but I was afraid I'd hit the
Go.
button and it'd go
Keep going.
crazy.
It
Oh,
doesn't do anything when it's disconnected.
oh, okay. Thank you. Oh,
Okay, so since you all have now disconnected the power to your machines, I'll put the things on, I'll move to the top, if that's right, Mr. Chair, anything that you might have to look at. And one of
Well, we can
those,
still use our
we can still use ours.
okay,
hand and our pens.
okay. Well, let's see, one of the things that should be in your folder, I hope I got it in there, was an agreement between Citizens Telephone Cooperative and Floyd County regarding the VATI funding. And you'll see that's a one-page, it's an MOU. It's already been signed by citizens, and this is follow-up paperwork that's related to the previous commitment that you all made of ARPA funds to the broadband project. And so this is one of the things that has to be signed. And then there'll be a contract that we'll also receive later from DHCD. But I would need in order to sign it, I would need you all's approval.
Y'all catch it?
Yep.
And as far as I know, the dollar amount, nothing's changed, right?
Nothing has changed.
I'd make a motion that we approve and authorize signatures. That'd be,
I'll second.
All right, and thank you. And I apologize that we didn't have this on your original agenda, but I did have it in your.
So you had a motion, now second?
All right, so on the motion to approve signature by staff of the agreement between Citizens Telephone Cooperative and Floyd County regarding the VATI funding, universal coverage of Floyd County. Mr. Booth,
yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, I will look at that.
Get napkins.
I've signed right now. Moving on. Okay, that's cute. The next item is also an ARPA-related item. And this is something that I alluded to a little bit in our budget conversations, but the more we talked, it seemed like it would be more appropriate for ARPA funds since, as it's proposed, it's a one-time thing. If it works out in the future, we might consider doing it again, but you will see in your packet two items related to this.
Thank you.
One is it says GTA Floyd County advertisement draft.
Okay.
And that's part of it, and then, I think it is partnership request. Let me check. Yeah, that's the other one. So, if you look at the ad, that's what Stephanie from Virginia Tech and I and Tabitha kind of worked through in terms of what would be the work effort related to this. This is the county taking on a graduate student for the academic year. Virginia Tech would cover their, and this is part of the MPA program, but in the Center for Public Administration and Policy. So they would work for us 20 hours a week through the entire academic year. Virginia Tech would pay their tuition, so that's what they have in. And then secondly, you all, or I'm asking you all to put in that, what their hourly rate would be plus benefits. So that's where the 22,000 comes from. And so that's what's outlined in the partnership request, is just that understanding. what I think, in addition to the money amounts, you all might find particularly of interest is what we've laid out in terms of projects for this individual. And really on these, we were trying to take, there are many projects that the staff feel like would be good for the longer view of the county, but aren't necessarily what Ladina and I and Tabitha can spend our time on right now. And so what we put in here were a couple of projects, which I've mentioned most of them before, to expand, dramatically expand the sheriff's current Rise and Shine program. But what we would be doing is trying to find all the folks that are somehow kind of disconnected, get them all in a database if they'd like. Of course, they can opt out, but we would be contacting all of them and use that to try to connect them to services, make sure they get calls to make sure they're okay, and use that data also to start building a better plan for what we're going to do to assist our aging and disabled population between all of the partners in the community, private and public. The second is to develop a list of available properties in the county for potential economic development purposes. You've heard it from Ladina before. I'm sure some of you all who are in the business have heard it. One of our biggest challenges related to economic development and economic growth is a lack of available sites. And so we think that there might be some sites out there that just aren't registered anywhere. So this would be to use their GIS and other skills to try to overlay and work with the PSA citizens and the power company to identify locations that have services that could then potentially be available. So not suggesting that the county was going to buy any of these. That's not the goal. The goal is just to try to find where there might be some space. Work with the staff on transition to a new underlying accounting, payroll, HR budgeting software system. Support is needed. And then I added kind of a bonus round on here, which is for purposes of economic development and other things, just the general health of the community. You all hear probably more than I do the concern about we don't have an urgent care, we don't have a home health agency, and we don't have adult daycare. And again, not suggesting that would become a county responsibility, but start trying to find creative ways that those have been introduced in other small rural counties that could be helpful without the county necessarily becoming the daycare agency. So I wanted to clarify that. So those would be what that person would primarily be charged with and then still work with us. They could work some remotely, also work some in the extra queue back here. So what's on the table, first of all, if there's any questions, I'll of course take those. But what's on the table would be to see if you all would be willing to commit to that funding out of the ARPA funds, that $22,000. And I apologize, it's kind of out of sequence, but they need to start recruiting for us very shortly if we're going to do that. She originally had an application deadline of April 23rd, so we need. So I don't know that that will actually be our final deadline, but it tells you time is of the essence, so that's why it's not folded into the rest of the ARPA discussion. And I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
So being a Virginia Tech graduate, I know that this is very important work. I am wondering if the Virginia Tech Foundation would be willing to help Floyd County cover, perhaps match $11,000 for the cost of the 22 to help us with these very worthwhile projects, or another source. I understand that my alma mater is willing to pay the tuition for this graduate student. Normally, if they were to do their work on campus, they would be paying for them to a stipend to do their GTA work, which is kind of what this becomes in essence. I'm just wondering if there may be, you know, given our size, given our budget constraints and all of that, this is a very worthwhile endeavor. I would just wonder if there would be a way that Virginia Tech could help us to help their student, apart from just the tuition. I would ask you to ask that question. I know we have a lot of time constraints. Obviously, kids are getting ready to graduate or move on, and they are planning their summers for other things like this, and we want to get a good person. I would like to see if we could, find out if the foundation would be willing to cover.
Yeah, I do think it did, so that question, I have not had a chance to reach them because we talked a little bit in the evening. I do know it did take a little bit of effort to get to the level we are. So I can certainly ask and plead, but I don't know that I can promise.
Right, I get it.
So, and again, just because well, I'll leave it at that.
You wouldn't have time to get all that, but deadline, would you?
Well, my suggestion might be that you all consider authorizing up to 22,000, and then I will continue a conversation and remind them that, of course, every dollar that's not in this is not helping our whatever other ARPA project, our water sewer system, or whatever else there is. So please help us.
And I'm not asking for Tech to take the whole thing on. I'm just asking if they could meet us halfway. I know the Educational Foundation of Virginia Tech is might be a good place to find some dollars to help our county in this regard. And if this is successful, maybe we can, form a partnership down the road. But I think it's worthwhile to do for the projects that you've identified. I think they're very, very important, especially the senior, making sure that we reach out to every single one of them in our community. So I'd be willing.
So you need a motion
Yeah, I'd be
to
willing to.
approve up to,
22. I would make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
And I would happily second that.
motion is second, in your discussion?
All right. On the motion to fund a student position, part-time, as outlined in the documentation, for a student from Virginia Tech to work on the projects outlined under this program for 1 year, up to $22,000. Ms. Cookenbook?
From ARPA funds.
From ARPA funds, thank you. Thank you. From
Yes.
ARPA funds, thank you, Ms. Cookenbook. Thank you. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was my personal ask for this season, so thank you. I'm hopeful it'll be really good. Thank you.
If you need any help, I'd be more than happy to speak with anybody
Thank you.
in my role as a supervisor and alum.
Thank you. I will take you up on that. I appreciate that. I think, maybe Kim can share, double check with me, but I think where we are is just down to the items that are related to my administrator's report. And so I'll start with the things that are on there, and I do have a couple other things that I put in the packet, but I failed to put in on here. We'll start first with the EMS update. As you all know, because I notified you all, Philip is, our operations manager, is out for an extended period. And so and we wish him well. I did see him recently, he said so far things are going well. In the interim, we have asked Dustin Thomas to step up in an acting role, because felt it was really important to make sure there was leadership on the ground with that group, because they have to make so many quick, challenging decisions. And there's a lot of management involved in that. So far, he's on, I think, day 5 now. And so far has been doing a really good job. Came in yesterday, met with Kevin and I, had a very extensive list of questions, and what about this, and what in this circumstance. So really, really appreciate him stepping up. In addition to that, 2 additional folks, current EMS employees, have taken it upon themselves to offer to us some massaging, if you will, of the 24, 72-hour schedule and associated rules related to that. As those of you who are returning board members will know, back last summer, Philip and Kevin presented moving that group to a 24 hours on, 72 hours off schedule. And some of that's worked and some of it's been more challenging. And so we are now to a position, we're going to try on a trial basis, essentially still doing a 24/72. There might also be some 12 shifts in there, for part-time and those kind of things. But we're going to start with having the folks submit a large number of hours and days for availability for the month. And there are certain rules about, like, you can't sign up that you want all the weekends off, as an example, some of those kind of things. That would have to be, they have to submit a minimum of 3 weekend days available per month, must be submitted to the schedule coordinator by the 15th of the month, and then by the 20th, they will have a schedule available, so there'll still be approximately 10 days for people to do trades and those kind of things. But if you don't find someone to trade, that's your shift. Minimum staffing per shift will be 3 providers, with 1 being ALS until further notice. And the schedule will be complete, I said, by the 20th. It will be, the process will be, we have the 2 employees that are working together to put together the schedule. It'll be approved by, at this point, Dustin, and then we'll go to Kevin as a member of senior staff who also has to keep up with the budget view, and so making sure overtime is appropriate and all those kind of things. Shifts will still be limited to a 24-hour maximum unless held over for a late call. That's for safety concerns. Everyone would be guaranteed at least 1 week of vacation per year. We had some folks that were wanting to take long periods of time for vacation, which unfortunately made it so others would not be able to have their 1 week. And so it's a very stressful job. Wanted to make sure everybody had the chance to at least take 1 week of vacation. And those all have to be requested in advance. And beyond that, failure to submit minimum availability results in a write-up, and chronic failure to offer appropriate availability can lead to additional disciplinary action. So I don't think that I necessarily need to have you all's action on it, but I wanted to kind of let you know what was going on there. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, Jim? Now, I would understand that there are some folks that have been working for our department that have more than 1 week of vacation. What you're saying is they can only take 1 week at a time?
It was more guaranteeing that everyone would have the ability to take at least 1 week, because the concern is if you have, particularly during the summer,
Right.
we had some folks that were putting in for
Large blocks.
literally months at a time. And then that leaves everyone else, because our staff is so small,
Right.
unable to take any time.
But some of these folks do have more than 1 week, right, earned?
Yes,
Okay.
some of them might, yeah. And if they have it and it works scheduling wise, they can take more, but this is.
At a time, and what
The
you,
words were at least.
At least.
Which, like Linda stated, that it would make sure that everybody had an opportunity.
to take a week off.
Which was a continuing feeling of small frustration down there.
Uh-huh.
So we're just trying to change at least, and then ensure that everybody has an opportunity, and we discussed and
Yeah.
put that into play as well.
And again, this is a trial. We'll see, but I will say, I personally, and I know Kevin and Kim are as well, we're very pleased that they were willing to come back with, this is how we think we
Right.
can make the proposal that you all put on the table work even better. So appreciate that.
Yeah.
And the folks, all 3 of the folks have been engaged in this, have been very positive and very much committed to, they want to be an advocate. So I'm excited about that. And as part of saying, being an advocate, I will let you all know that that is mid-May, May 15th, I believe it is that week, is EMS Appreciation Week nationwide. And so we will be working on putting together an event up for the 21st of May for them. Yeah,
Very nice.
Yeah, so we'll do something and they have some money left for uniforms and things, so we'll probably try to refresh that a little bit too. So, been working on that.
While we're on the subject of EMS, in our correspondence file, we had our, emergency management and our volunteer squads. Is there any way, at maybe per quarter, we could see a comparison, or like this year versus the year before, or as a monthly total? Like, we're given the monthly total. Like, could we do
Order.
like showing us
Year over year, kind of.
year over year, and not just year over year, but like March, like January through March, what was that like for our squad,
Gotcha.
our EMS squad, and then compare that to the year before?
Yeah. We can do that as it relates to runs.
Yes, yes,
Budget-wise.
yes,
we
no,
can't
runs, I just want to
because of
see the
the
numbers, I want to see the
computer
boots on the ground or in the truck or whatever.
Yes.
I just would like to see that and just, yeah,
Yeah, yes, we will get that for you.
I would
and
like to see
will-
trends.
I would, well, money-wise, we would love to show you trends, but due to Bright, we don't have month-by-month data for previous years. And I guess we could pull out what was in the paper packets, but that's all.
Yeah.
But I will give them kudos. I mean, it's those of you who listen in, there's been a fair number, most of the time, they have one truck running, and they are running.
Gosh, they are running. Yeah.
So, and as they explained to me the other day, we have trauma season, which we are starting.
Trauma what, yeah.
Trauma season. So basically, spring, as you all are now spending more time outside, personally, you will recognize how this happens. So we are reflecting that in staffing as well.
Trauma season.
Trauma season. So next on here, I have park. Sorry, any more questions on that? I'm sorry, I moved this along. All right, Parks and Recreation Survey. I will send you all each of the slides of results, but I'm planning to go ahead and take it down at the end of the week for respondents. Bless you. So far, 115 people have responded to the survey. And generally, the responses have been, now my screen went on me. Most people are saying that in terms of what they like the best or want the best is they continue to like the playground and would like it repaired and improved and upgraded, and also focused on a broader array of people, age-wise, including adults, and some comments were also made about making sure it's accessible. Also a lot of interest about paths and walking in terms of what you might want to see, and also a climbing option, like even an adult climbing option. Those are some of the biggest things that have come across. In terms of look, overwhelmingly, they have said they would like something that is mixed, so not completely modern, not completely rustic, not completely traditional, but something that kind of merges all of that together. So not just one thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And a lot of interest in having an exercise trail option, which leads to so as I said, I'll just close that out by saying, so I will close this out at the end of the week. If you still want to share the link with people, feel free, and I'll send you the final little PowerPoints with all of that. But it does lead me to my next item, and I just have 3 real quick ones left. I did get a nice report about how some of the activity is going on the Dodd Creek Trail and some of those upgrades, and also the work that's being done to include a fitness trail that's kind of actually was taking up some of the old little trail that you said you did many years ago up there. It starts with that. So I have that for you all. And then the final two items I have, or the final item I have, sorry, which I dropped in your bucket, but I failed to put on the list, is Kevin Bird reminded me about the New River Valley Rail Agreement. And so you all, I'll remind you, currently have the money carried over that you set aside for that last year to bring forward this year and then apply it. It was not requested last year because they weren't there yet. There is also an agreement that goes with that. Since I didn't give it to you far in advance, I'm not asking for you all to make a decision about it. I want to bring it to your attention, and then if it's all right with you, we'll go ahead and put it on the agenda for our next meeting. The reason I'm pushing just a little bit on it is because at this point, everybody else in the region has signed up to the agreement. So they're kind of waiting to see where we're going to be. But of course, for some of the other places, it's a much bigger impact than it is for us. So that's why they were first out the gate. So I don't know. I think that's everything that I have. Ms. Chair, any other questions? So that's in your packet. Keep looking at me, Mr. Booth. You got something else?
I'm just waiting. Are you done?
I'm done.
You done? Can I, just real quick,
I guess.
can we take a look, and what sparked it, you mentioned the old trail? Now that bear season is starting to pick up again, should we have a picnic table down behind the green boxes in that bottom? Should we be inviting people to go down there and sit while,
Maybe he's there for the bear.
oh, is that just for the bear?
So he
Oh,
can sit and have his lunch out of the green box.
Put a sign on Bears Only.
Teddy bear
Bears on.
picnic.
They may think it's Yellowstone Park.
I
It's
just
a very
noticed
good
that.
question.
I
I'll
just
look
thought
at
that
it.
was, it just kind of crossed my mind that.
So that's a trail.
That might, it's one thing walking the trail, but actually sitting there picnicking with them coming down to,
Well, I can actually see people throwing food in them trash cans and getting them coming down there.
into
And
there, yeah.
Yeah. and, not only
Just
the
food
bear,
for
but
thought.
Yes, I appreciate that. We'll look into that, and just as a quick follow-up on that, we have, thanks to Betsy from Wildlife, we actually found some very reasonably, relatively speaking, $1,000. Trash receptacles that are truly bear-wise. They look like the ones you see a lot in the Park Service. And they come from corrections, and so they're $1,000 each, which makes our little grant go much further.
Absolutely.
So,
did you see the letter on Facebook that Van Angle put? Him and his wife?
Yeah.
You
His
know,
wife.
I thought that was really a good letter. You know, I mean, they said what we've been trying to say for a long time, but people weren't paying no attention, but maybe if a community leader down there said it, they'd pay more attention to it.
There was a whole lot less negative. There wasn't but one or two, and they didn't
Right.
get very negative.
They didn't.
But, I was sitting back waiting. I
Yeah.
thought, all right, here, let's see
Yeah.
what happens, but it didn't.
Yep,
Everybody that chimed in understood,
Yep.
and the overwhelming majority of them didn't blame the bears at all.
No.
now, bears will be bears. So,
Well, I tend to eat,
Yep, and
I
so,
find
you
a
know,
good restaurant, I keep going back, so.
well, that's like that lady said, when we find a good restaurant, then we start bringing our family, and our
Yeah.
family tells people, and everybody keeps coming, and, that's the way the bears do,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
It is interesting to me that our bear situation is one of the unique crossovers between us and urbanized areas,
sort of like
particularly
my
suburban
honeybees.
areas.
Once they find some food somewhere, within 10 minutes, you got 25 more there, or 50, and, so, you know what I'm talking about. And that's the way the bears are. Once they find it, don't know how they communicate, but they do a good job at it, so.
Well, Ms. Chair, that's all that I have, and the last thing on your agenda, other than adjournment, is correspondence, which is available in your folder.
Question, can we just move right on into the budget? I have to adjourn this one and reopen it.
Since I don't know, it might be worth
I think you have to adjourn.
adjourning it, and just in case.
You ready? We should have put budget work session there at the bottom, and then we could move it right on in, couldn't we?
That's right.
Hindsight's worth a lot.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn if you're ready.
I'm ready.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second.
All
Call the
right.
roll.
Thank you, sir, sorry. On the motion for adjournment, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're out of here.